It seems shit is broken on my side. You know, whatever. How is you, Stony? How is the sleep? Did the sleep happen? Even though 2 hours, you know.
Stony_Eagle just resubscribed for 25 months. We have a special anniversary. AAOAEYESA.
Alright, thank you, John. Appreciate it. Stony, thanks for the 25 months. That's a thing. That wasn't supposed to happen, but it happened. 25 is a lot. I don't know if you, I mean, I think I say that every time. I don't know if you subbed the first week that you came here. I have a feeling that kind of yes. Kat, hi, good morning. Josh, hi. I have, or had, Josh, something for you. My brain said something when I was editing videos earlier, and now I don't know. I forgot. Yeah, it was editing clips, and I think I did one that was related to one of your questions from Tuesday, I think. Monday, Tuesday. And yeah. Shit happens. Anywho. AJCSS. Well, we had CSS, but now we don't have, we just have AJCS. Don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but that's something. Brain. You asked a question yesterday, Josh, yesterday being Tuesday, and it's doing a good job. At least you have 3. Some people have tried to get like the longest streak, and then one day, because I say something that doesn't please them, they just don't come back. Which is fun. God damn, what was that? Brain. This, you were the one that was trying to do some charts, right? As far as I remember, I think that was you. And child supply, I think I talked about it in the past. It's paid. It's for Framer most of the time. It's whatever. The idea for that was mainly for you to come on the website, take a look at the types of charts that Joshua have created, and so that way you can take a look. As I said, I know that Joshua, who is the creator of this thing, also is working on a way to have chart supply for Figma, like some sort of a plugin that will give you the ability to get or create charts looking like these. So highly recommend that. If you want to have some sort of information flow, whatever, I know that they also do like they post a lot of things on Twitter directly, and so you can just follow them here and see what they do, all that. So that way you can have some sort of a previews here and there when Joshua has reposted some of the content, and that could be useful. That's what my brain said. That's about it. And mainly because I will support Joshua's adventures anytime. And it's good. That's it. Stony, you don't want me to be on. Also, you asked me to get the mobile version now? Why? I thought you didn't want to. I thought you didn't want to. You have issues. I mean, it feels like something's different. It's it's tighter. Yeah, everything is more tight except the headings, like your spacing in between your elements here. Um, God damn it. Like the top and bottom here are a bit well tighter than the one that you had on view, so that's interesting. And then also the sizes, it feels like your posters are God damn it. Posters are bigger overall, which I do prefer personally. Um, that's pretty interesting. Still, I'm gonna shut the fuck up on that. um, I don't think flows are 100% mine, but I appreciate your effort on that. Like, my usual thing where the carousels are taking or going to the edge, and that's not the case right there. Same thing on the other side. There's small details that I do as a me thing, right? I know how things are supposed to work. Um, I know how I design shit. I also see transition issues, but then at this point, do I give a shit? Nah. Right? Like you see that corner? You see that corner right there? Look at it. Look at it. You see how it's square and then not square? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I know. I know. I know. But still, I know why it does that. What do you mean the drop down doesn't work? It did work right there. I will blame you. You blame me for the design issues. This is kind of fat. That's one of the things that I was. It works on your machine. Yeah, I get it. Um. Oh, yeah. Cat, that is true. That is true. I I had a bit of a questioning session last time when we did the changes to have the header with the white background and pages with the subtle purple or themed thing. I feel like the design that I've made is a bit too fat. And I was working because you said that you wanted to have the music button being active on the music page. I kind of made a new component for that, but then the element that I had here, these ones are coming from Untitled UI, original thing. Though I wanted to replace them with the Mom UI kit, and on the Mom UI kit, the button tab thingy itself is 48 by 48, and it feels heavy. And I think it's the same issue on the sidebar. The thing here is like 48 by 48, and I have a feeling that if I moved back to somehow like I don't know, 40 by 40 for the pages, it might be better. But I don't know yet. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still thinking about it. I also see that you have made a mistake on the side to side, so your spacing on the right side is roughly half of what it should be. It's not much, right? That's probably 4, and that's probably 8 or 6. Whereas here you made it good. Um, Toggle for 1080 height and expanded. What do you mean? Toggle for what? For the sidebar? You saying the frame total height as if that meant anything? It does not. does not. It does not mean anything. What you talking about? You mean that? I don't think yeah. I mean, it's not supposed to be any specific height anyways. Yeah, because some views are, I mean, specifically these ones that are longer, it's for you to see the rest of the content, but it's not really necessary to have them at the same time, the same size, but they are all 970 technically, except for some reason this one. That's it, that's done. They're all 970 except the one that have like content underneath. Though I still need to do that and make sure that we have something that kind of makes sense. So this preference is going to be my display, I think. No, it's going to be monitor. For now, this one is going to be collection, layout. That link thingy, it's kind of bad. Well, you don't really have. Sorry, let me just rephrase that, the beginning of that sentence. Uh, no, you don't have to do that because you can't or you shouldn't attempt to match it for specific height, because it's the same thing that we had the discussion last time. 1920, 1080 is not true. So you need to make the thing in order for it to be flexible enough to work. So if I gave you, I don't know, I'm gonna use this one again, but if I gave you that as an option, like an option preview like that, or if I gave you that same screen but here, it's the constraint that you need to take into consideration when you are building the layout itself, because the constraints in there are good. That's the plan. GK, hi. How is you? I'm sorry about this one. Not a good day. Not a good day. Good job. What did you not say? Well, the fold is supposed to be 970. Stony. I mean, I'm gonna... If we use Google Chrome as a reference, because, right, whatever, the amount of space that we have is... I'm gonna just do that. Right? That is roughly to the pixel. We're kind of close to it. And then here, that is going to be somewhere around here. This one is 693. So already kind of it means that this is false. And the arc is kind of better. Like, I know that you're going to say something along the line of, yes, but Windows doesn't have a dock. I know. So technically speaking, me having a macOS computer with a fucking dock that you can't see on stream and a header bar as well, plus the navigation things of Chrome, plus everything could change the value of the size of the screen. So I don't know. The status, it's not the status bar, the something bar. What is the name in Windows? Whatever. At the bottom is a certain height. In Windows 11, it's a different height compared to the previous one. So, yeah. You can't do that. I mean, we had the same discussion last time. It is not a thing. The scaling is good. Once again, if you take the constraints, you should be good. It's not a matter of how does it look in a 1080. It's how does it behave. and the size of your screen. Like, there is something that I didn't give you, and so you can't know about that. So I understand. It's something that we haven't defined, which is what is the min and max width of any of these cards right there. Like right now we are on 7 per lines because I think I had 8 per lines right there. And so 8 when it's retracted, 7 when it's not retracted. I think that's what I did. Not even. Nonetheless, yeah, I can't give you a toggle. That's the thing. It's not a thing. So can't do that. Not simply. I can do that. Not simply. Um, and GK, yeah, that works. No, it is possible, but it's just because you are saying things that makes no sense. Like you're trying to make me do something that just shouldn't. You shouldn't take the time to do that. Even. Hmm. If I had the same skills as you, yeah, I would. I don't. So I think I'm gonna do 210, right? Yes. The ah, I'm gonna go there. Headless is used in design for no reason. It's the same thing as object-oriented design. It's a way of naming things in order to make it make sense for the devs, but it has no impact on the designer. It's just annoying for us to ensure that you use the right terms to make sure that you have the communication with your devs and that the communication works. But other than that, it is useless. So headless, not headless, ugh, same shit. Yeah, the thing that comes to mind for me is a headless UI, which right is the same things. I think from the what I read, and it's been a while, so I'm probably rusty on that. The headless, how it's named, is just the fact that you can have components that are not tied to a specific environment, and so that's why you have no head that define where the thing is supposed to be used. So you can use that in React, you can use that in Vue, and so it's just the code that you have and it doesn't have a head. And other than that, for the designer side, it's just thinking about the edge cases and making sure that your component is reusable, which is by default the case. As long as you do a component, you have a headless behavior. You can change from file A to file B and just use the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, which is what I'm trying to tell you, Stony, right there. I'm kidding. I mean, it kind of is. ARIA is the labels that you have to help people that have visual impairment to read the page with like screen readers. So you would have an ARIA tag underneath in the component thing that says, "Oh, this is an input field," whatever. Do you think copying pixel perfect real popular apps not concept worth it for newbie like me? Yes, what GK said. Um, so, Stony, I think what I am missing on my side for you to get access to something that makes sense is what I've done here. Like, you don't have this, which for me is the behavior that you need to follow. Nothing more, nothing less. Like, as long as the build of your layout in your code side works like that, we're good. So it's just you have 3 elements on your page: a header, a main content, a sidebar. That's it. As long as this is followed in terms of main layout, the thing that I don't or didn't give you, and I think it's what you are asking, is how does the sidebar or how does the content of these 2 elements behave when the page is smaller or bigger, right? I think. So for me, the sidebar is a fixed width, since it doesn't change much. However, the content that we have here, you said like the scaling and the size scaling, whatever, you want to make sure that it makes sense, which right now, right, it's just like a very simple thing. I do think that what I'm missing is what are or what would be our min width and max width for these elements. I think that's what's missing, but it's not easy to achieve the min width max width behavior inside of Figma, or properly inside of Figma. I think maybe, and that's like, it's a me thing. I'm not entirely sure that I can achieve that. It's gonna be a matter of these are gonna have a min width of, let's say, 210 for now, and right, like that behavior of ensuring that the elements are resizing and it's then wrapping through, like it works here, but at a very specific point in my resizing, which is somewhere around there, you can see how the last column, or it's a fucking row, the last row, because I don't have enough slots used compared to the previous rows, then the things are like bigger than expected. So that's a bit annoying. But other than that, that's the behavior. So right now I just used an arbitrary number for the min width, max width, but that's basically the behavior that I would love to have for most of the cards inside, because it makes sense, right? You have a min width and a max width, and it's just wraps, which I think it's the case, or should be the case. But just for usability sake of what you would see, not really useful. Does that fixes your issue, or still it's rough and non-defined? God damn it. Ah, yeah, I mean, 200 is fine. It's just, personally, I don't really care as long as it works and that it feel and all seem good. And that, I'm fine. Hmm. And it depends. Like, if you're off by 20, right? That means that you're not using relative units. So I think you should use REMs and base your things into, I don't know, one of the sizes that we have. So potentially, if we said your base is like 208 at 13 rems and your max width for the things is like between 13 and 20, and that way will depend based on the user's preferences. Could work. Could work. You know, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. Also, I did that, which is a bad idea. 1 second. Much better. The drop down should have a background color and not be picking too much color from the content. Well, currently, currently it is a transparent thing. So if the content behind is that, we kind of fucked. So yes, it's just like, because it came from the original thing that is the same thing here. It has a bit of an issue right now. Yeah. Have a good look, GK. I had one of the headhunting company person send me an email today about, I have a position that could be interesting for you. I said, yes, I'm interested. 35, 40 minutes later, the guy is calling me, like, on my phone, just making sure that he has all the information that he needs to apply on my behalf. Good job. That no one else, no other headhunting company has done the same thing so far. So I appreciate it. All right, so technically speaking, because I think that these two are supposed to be, bitch, what the fuck? Right, they're supposed to be the same thing right now. They have not the same background, but kind of do have the same background. They should also have the same effect, whatever. But I think I'm gonna use the elevation fill and something about 30 to make it further up, and that way we should be fine for that. It doesn't take any color at all. So far, so good. We shall be fine. We shall be fine on the transparency thing. And I'm also then thinking that potentially there is other drop downs that we have built that need to take that same behavior. I also seen that has been replaced. I know it was really dark in the past, and because of the way that I have used this thing, that fucked up. So I need to make sure that these specific blocks have the right transparency, which is supposed to be this. Which, by the way, I think it's time to talk about it. If you haven't seen, if you haven't followed Figma, they have announced something new, which is currently we have the ability, or currently since technically yesterday, we now have the ability to have viable for fonts, viable for gradients. So gradient stops can take viables, which is pretty useful. Though, once again, it's shit. I don't understand. I don't understand how, like, how they can not follow things. It's so weird. Like I don't. It makes no sense to me. Anyways, let me just explain what they did. They said, okay, so you've been asking us to have the ability to put and use variables for fonts, and we decided that it would be a good idea to have variable for fonts. So far, so good. Everyone happy. But we want to make sure that the way that you wanted to use variables for fonts is not the way that we make it. Why? Why? We just wanted that's a variable for the font. It contains everything that we needed to have, and you just apply the variable. But no, they wanted to have a variable for the font weight, a variable for the font family, a variable for the font size, and you still can't do that, a variable for the line height. But then you think about it for a second and a half, which is your font family and your font weight is going to be a string. So you define your font in a string variable, and then you apply that string variable to your elements. Good. I will explain that in a second. And then you want your font weight, right, which is regular, bold, black, all that. That makes sense. These two as a string make sense. But then there is this thing called size, which is a number. So they have, or they reuse the variable number. So far, so good. And then they have the line height, for which they want to reuse the numbers, where most of us are using percentage for the line height. We want the line height to be 140%. But now I can't do that. So that means that when I will select my variable for my font layer with a variable line height at 80, it's 80 pixel. And then if for some reason I change my font size variable to be bigger, my line height is still 80. So it's fucked. I don't know how you can miss that when you are using fonts on the daily. Like I really don't understand. Though, I'm gonna say that now. they know. Someone complained, obviously, all of us complained. But, right, apparently some people at Figma have said, yes, we know, we've been working on that. It's been hard to push. I'm like, no, it's not. But yeah, anyways, so that's the thing. And then in on top of that, we also have this now. So when you are creating gradients, you now have stops for your gradients, which you can define the exact percentage of your gradient stops, which is good. And then you can apply a variable from like a color to one of your stops. This is good. Though, what would have been better is if we could have a variable as well for our percentage of opacity from our variable color. Because if I have, and I said that many times, if I have a rectangle here that is white, and then I have a rectangle that is white, but it has an opacity of 80%, then now it's two different fucking variables that I need to define. Whereas if I had my color variable white here and my transparency variable percentage right there, I'd be fine. Which means, and right, I showcased that in the past. If I have my layer at 80%, and like let's do a basic scale for now. It's pretty simple for me. That and then here, instead of doing layer opacity, I'm gonna do color opacity. So that supposedly does the same, right? You have the same color side by side. So far, so good. If I select everything and I say white is now red, one variable of color, one singular change my entire color palette. One click. And then here, because opacity is not comprised as the same, I then need to do that to get the same result. This is bullshit. TD, hi, good morning. So, answering question, Josh, what for are variables? What do you mean? Do you mean what are variables for? Did your for comes evolve? John, hi. How are you? Currently, variables are for colors, number, strings, and boolean. It is a way for you to get access and or apply things faster. So if I have, let's say I have like, I don't know, a button right there, right? And then let me just frame that. Could be easier. This button is composed of a lot of variables. You can think of them as styles. It's kind of the same thing, but it's just like the difference between styles and variables. A variable is a singular entry, so it's one singular color code with an opacity. And then a style is a composition of multiple entries. So you can have a style that is composed of multiple variables, but you can't have a variable that is composed of multiple values. So right now, my background variable here is a very singular, unique Xcode, and that's it. Which technically, I have a feeling that I should zoom in so that you can see better. Right? So that's the base. The usefulness of variable is that you then have variable modes, which give you the ability to say, oh, you know what? I have my accent that is currently in violet. I can change that to accent. And as you can see, changes the button entirely. And if I had, I don't know, like, let's say I have my states for all of these things. God damn, the focus is, it's kind of, this one is kind of strong. Let's get rid of focus for now, just so it makes sense. So these ones are in my accent color, and then maybe I want the thing to be in my communication color. Maybe I want the thing to be gray because it's a wireframe type of situation. Maybe I want the thing to be violet, maybe, right? All of that. So it's the variable modes helps you to switch between states. It has been referred as it is easier or better to just switch between dark mode and light mode. I disagree, but it is how it is. And so right now, because I have like multiple stacks of things, communication is also a viable mode. So right now my communication is in error, but I can also switch that to success. I can switch that to warning, pending, whatever. So knowing that, right, I have my accent color that has a viable mode, 4 viable modes technically, helping me switch between green, red, gray, or purple. And then my communication is also viable with different modes that switch between error, which is red, success that is green, warning that is orange, and pending that is purple. So can switch things really quickly, really easily, and that's the main ID. Technically speaking, my gray is also supposed to be, well, supposed to have like a mode, but I didn't define that. So yeah, so with style, you would need to change the style. It's not changing everything manually, but it will just be something along the line of I'm going into my page, I select everything here, then I'm going to go in my selection color, I'm going to check which one have a style. Let's say this is the red with the style. I then from here change that color red from the style from here. But that already way too much. And so right now, I'm far away. My entire file, my entire page is defined as accent violet. And if I just change that to communication, everything that was purple takes a bit of time, but everything that was purple is then replaced with my communication color, which is now red. And I don't need to do anything. I mean, I would need to do something, but I don't need to do much. And same thing if for some reason I was like, okay, so red, not really the best of IDs. So let's just go back to violet, though I need to showcase the, like, the app in light mode for everyone. Done. I can click a button, everything goes. So, as said, it takes a bit of time. Sorry, Stony, for the flashbang if you're looking at screens. Uh, but, right, really simple, really easy to make some changes without really having to think about it. A variable can be a number, a string, a boolean, and or a color. That's the 4 values that we have right now. And I really want them to allow me to use my number variable in my percentage, because that would change my life. Like if I had, specifically for opacities, right? If I'm here, I have my bottom thing that is a gradient that is going from 10% opacity to 90 and 90. So that makes sense. But I could have these 3 values as viable, like an opacity collection for variables with modes, that would imply something called, I don't know, high contrast. And so if I move from mode regular to mode high contrast, I could change my opacity values from something that used to be at 50% to be like at 80% so that it's more visible, something that used to be at like 10% to 4% so that it's not really visible. That would be really useful, but I can't do that. It's annoying. To show you, Josh, how it's made or how it's defined, you have your values that are in the local variable here, and then you have your modes right there, and that's about it. From here, you can like add a new color. You say, okay, my color plop in dark mode is that, and then in light mode, it's that. And so that just means that now if I have that element that takes plop as a base color, which was behind the thing, whatever, and then that layer is using my primitive light, it's now green, dark, now red. Really, really simple. And some of the things that we have seen and done is in the Mom UI kit, which is right there. We have a lot more detailed, defined variables, which start with our primitives have light mode and dark mode. I mean, dark mode first, but whatever. And then in our components, which I'm gonna just collapse that, in our component for like the radio button thingy, you can see how in light mode and dark mode we have two different variable things. Yeah, I mean, you can use variables for whatever the fuck you want, as long as it works. So if I were to say in here, I can't do anything about the fixed unit and relative unit, not just yet. Will, but not just yet. So let's say I have an auto layout frame right here. In my auto layout frame, I can say, okay, the padding, top and bottom, left and right, is going to take one of my number variable. Let me just zoom back into that. You can see shit. Right now, I'm saying, okay, I need a 4 for 16 left and right, and I need a 4, same thing, for 16 top and bottom. So far, so good. Right now, my spacing in between the two is 7, which is not good. So I'm going to apply a variable that is going to be, you guessed it, 4, so that it's working. And so now I have the entire thing defined and kind of clean. So what I could have done in my number variable, bitch, in my number variable, if I can show you that. So my spacing and sizing here as a regular value, like regular simple thing, which currently have a scale. Nishit, hi, good morning. I could say this is a base 16, or technically this is a base 4. Spacing scale. And so I could say, all right, so now I want to create a secondary mode for all of these variables. And instead of being a base 4, I'm going to do that with a base 8. So 1 is going to be 8. 1.5 is going to be 12. Whatever, I don't know exactly I can't do the math in my head. And so with that, that means that you can potentially play with a fake version of rems and viable values. It doesn't take that long to set up, but if you don't have light mode and dark mode, what's the point? And also, if you're not paying, you can't use it. So if you're on the free version, you are stuck with the one singular mode only. So, not really useful. But yeah, that's the main idea. But it's just they fucked things up. Like for me, it's so dumb that in order for me to then have in that thing, let's unlink it, to have my thing here being like enter, right? I need to have a font weight which is defined. So my regular right here is technically going to be apply from viable, and it's going to be my viable for regular. So I need to find somewhere. I don't know where it is. I don't know how it is. I don't know who it is. It's just like, okay, so that's regular. So now this is going to be a font weight regular. Cool. And then here I have 72. So I need to, same thing, scroll down to the bottom, take the viable thing, go in here, find my 72. Oh, fuck. I don't have a 72 because my four base scale doesn't contain a 72. So I need to go back into my variables, add a 72 specifically for my fonts. It's a waste of time. It is a waste of time. And then same thing, like I have a spacing of -2%. How? How am I supposed to have a -2% in numbers that cannot be negative? That's not a thing. Like, it makes no sense to me. The thing that they have tried to do, good on them to try to implement something. They once again did it wrong. Nishit, no, it's you need to be part of a team every time. I mean, you need the library to be in a team, and then you need to use that through a team. Like it's a shared library. So then you can use it everywhere. So right now, the mom UI kit is in the mom project, but I can use it across the entire AOA team, but not everywhere. John, not really. You can't do shit on viable. It's like fixed values. So I wouldn't be able to say, like it's 2 minus 16. I mean, I can do that in here, but it's not like it's not a value that I would have the ability to define, and I couldn't do like 2%. Like 2% of how much? Like it gives me minus 28, but I don't know what that is. So I wouldn't be able to say, oh, it's supposed to be viable 0 minus or plus viable 4. It's not a thing. So that's it's a bit annoying. Why would you have to make multiple teams, Nishit? I mean, you can do multiple projects. Yeah, but they are from the same company. So you get RAM sizing-ish from here, as in, all right, now it's like processing. Yeah. Nishid, I don't think you need that. 1 second. Right now it's giving me other things, but the that should, sorry, give me the ability to have that font size in RAM, because I have my defined units in RAMs in dev modes. Other than that, that's about it. I think it's shit, Nishit. I think it's trash. I think it's once again, Figma is making or going in the right direction, but they don't know how to implement polished and done features before they release it. They are missing the last 20 to 30% of definition from their features to make sure that it works for everyone. It works, but it's not good. So, Nishid, before I move into saying back what I just said, just for you to understand, my Mom UI kit is accessible for each of my sub projects. And you tell me if you have ads. I don't want to say things if you are in ads. Cool. So, this is my professional plan. I have multiple projects. In all of these projects, I can have people invited to specific projects. Though, from here, each of these projects can access my Mom UI kit. Each of these projects can access my style guide folder, meaning that Stony, for example, is in other files for now. And from here, from my libraries available in that file, I have all of the libraries from my professional plan that are available, and I have enabled the Mom UI kit from here. So that, I think, would be how you do your things on your side, because if you have multiple projects or multiple elements with multiple managers, you can do that. You can have one manager that access this, one manager that access this, though everything that is related to the design system of the company, entire company, is going to be in that main file right there. So I think you can. I think you can. Yeah, can be. Let's say can be. So for example, for my OBS project, I have all of my files in here. I can share and invite people to that project only instead of the entirety of the company. Though as soon as I invite them here, they will also have access to the company level thing, but yeah. Yeah, but also, I mean, hey. Duke, hi, welcome on in. Good morning, midday, time zone. How are you? I Nishit, I hope that helps and gives you like a bit of a better understanding of what could be done. Um, I think just a professional plan would be enough. I think. I think should be enough. So what are the update? Update is you can now have viable ingredients. Finally, that happens. Though it is shit because you can't have viable in the opacity of the viable. So I don't like it. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is you also have the ability to get viable in or as elements in the fonts, which lets you do shit like this. So if you have a variable called sans serif or font serif, sans serif, serif, whatever, you can have a different type of font associated with it. But your line height is going to be a percentage, not an option. Your kerning, the distance in between the letters, is going to be a negative or positive value. That apparently can now be done. I didn't know that that would be the case. And then, yeah, it's what it does is it ensure that you will have way more work to do in order to ensure that everything has been defined. So I'm gonna attempt something real quick. We're gonna do a new file right here, and I'm gonna create a new string variable that is gonna be weight bold, right? Well, technically it should be just called bold because bold is bold. And then that thing is gonna be regular, and then it's gonna be regular. All right, cool. And I kind of need to have like a family into, right? That makes sense. And then let's do Geist, just for the sake of having that. Cool. The file menu is not finished, no. You can import them in styles, but not necessarily in variables, and not yet in workable variables. But once again, the Figma community also contains a lot of devs that have the ability to do that. So, right, let's say this is the thing. I want that to take my into family. Cool. And then I want that to take my regular family. And then my size, I haven't defined that. Cool. So now I can just change that, put that into bold, and then maybe the family is going to be Geist. And so I have two different things. But you see how I can 100% say, now that I have this that have been defined, I can fuck things up, have this thing in regular and Geist, and this thing in bold and enter when it wasn't supposed to happen. And if I now need to like change something in one font style, I can't. I need to go and tweak each and every property of a layer, like the font layer. So I don't like it personally. I think how it should be done is gonna be with modes again. As in if I have an inter slash bold slash 48, and that's my mode. Then I have a secondary mode that is going to be Geist slash regular slash 48. I can then define that this is regular. That thing is going to go the fuck out, bitch. The family is going to be inter here, going to be Geist here. And then this thing is going to take number value. It's going to be size. And they're both going to be at 48. God damn it. And so now, if I get that element, if I can type, and I'm taking this thing with value number 1, you bitch. Family is going to be inter. Regular is going to be bold. Font is going to be size. So from here, I can say, okay, so that is from my collection. I want this to be in Geist and not in Inter. So that's a way for me to be able to go through the entire thing and change my styles really quickly. So I'm duplicating this one. I'm changing this to my Geist changing, and then I'm changing that to 32. It changes automatically. So that's pretty useful if I have modes, but also I don't think it will help global change because they don't want you to do what I'm doing here. Like doing or using modes for changing font choices seems to not work for them. It doesn't match with what they had in mind. So they just, I don't know. It's just weird. 12 p.m. in Germany, also in the process of stressing and anxietying myself right now because I don't know, kind of knowing me with loud mewing, that makes sense. Android Auto dev stuff and procrastinating just to tell coworkers and other people that Android Auto integration is not going to work possible properly for our use case because of how restrictive the platform is. Can't even create your own UI for it. You have to use the predefined UI templates. Yeah, I think I do agree with Android Auto on this point. I would rather have something that feels cohesive and coherent in the OS of Android Auto rather than having to build something new. You can't drop twice. They should. I mean, you can drop twice. You can drop twice as soon as this landing pad is out of the screen. So it will reset in like soon. So yeah, I don't like it. That's where I land. I don't like the update. I feel like it doesn't bring anything useful. It brings something that like is good for the gradient stops, but it's still not as powerful as it should be. And the thing that I'm also thinking about is when you're comparing the Figma variable and the code variable, like CSS variables, then a CSS variable, like for a color, it kind of makes sense, right? You define your color like gray 500, and then it associated with an X code, which is the gray 500. Cool, that makes sense. That's simple. Though you could have a variable in code that contain a gradient, and that gradient is composed of two other variables. So I should be able to create a gradient variable that will be reused. And then when I'm saying that, most of the Figma community, actually, hi, are saying, well, you shouldn't. You should use a style with two variables inside. But then what's the point? have a good work session, Ken. So I don't know. And then again, right? In code, when you have a variable, when you define a variable, you can use it everywhere you want. That's the point. So if you had a set of variables, like, I don't know, I'm just gonna say that. God damn it. You have your font weights variables, you have your sizes, right? Which sizes work, which sizes don't work. Like you can see my 72 doesn't exist, all of that. You can have that working, but it's the same issue. Like the goal of a variable, the goal of something that is defined in one spot is to ensure that if you need to change that specific thing, it changes everywhere. And right now, it's not the case. So I don't know. Like same thing for opacity. I still want them to give me the ability to have my opacity scale because I have defined it and I can't use it. Like it would be so much easier for me to say these colors right there, like that 6% is going to be my 4% or whatever. My 13 is going to be my 14. 90 is going to be 20. 24 is going to be 24, 20, whatever. That makes sense to me to be able to go in here and apply a variable for the percentage. But just, I don't. Pisses me off. I have an app for hobby race car driver where they can track the racing session. A racetrack using the external GPS receiver, and in the future, other sensor. I don't think you need a very specific UI for that, Duke. Unless what you're saying is that you're also limited in the layout of the thing that you can display, in which case, yes, it's annoying. But I think you should be able to get the data in cards with numbers. Actually, you shouldn't. Just sign up for the game design degree. The UX design course is UX design course, in my point of view, is gonna be. Yeah, a lot of people hate me when I say that, but like UX is common sense. If you think things make sense, you're good. Your UX is pretty good. If you think and it doesn't make sense, like something is not making any fucking sense, like why the fuck am I supposed to duplicate something and there is no button that says duplicate? I'm missing some things. So it's just UX is common sense. So for me, it's like if you really need that, I think you should just go into like Coursera or um, other course platforms and do one of these things, and you should be fine. Like I know that they have the UX, whatever, the Google UX design is pretty good. Um, I think I took the entire thing in like 6 hours. Um, with this one, I don't know which one I did. Whatever, I did one of the Google ones, and it's free, and you're good. All that. I don't know. Hmm. GK, yes, 100%. Um, the thing is, the game design is going to be more interesting in the sense that you need to, or you will have to do some things that are uh, more related to, how can I say that? Like level design, storytelling, ensuring that the almost you GK, today is not your day. I'm sorry about that. Um, like ensuring that the player understand what they need to do. So there is like a game UX in there, like ensuring that any user or player understand where they can go, how they can use things, make it obvious but not that obvious. And also, it's once again based on common sense. So if something is glowing red, maybe there is an interaction to be done there. All of that. So game design is really interesting because you can have a lot of sub skills, I say. Like really for me, it's more the storytelling and the level design that is interesting in game design, or has been interesting, but it's a lot of work. So I would highly recommend that. Then again, 99%, maybe that's a high number, 90% of the thing that you will have in a like in a degree, in a school, in something will have an equivalent available today in a course online by someone that is good or bad, but there is an option which is a paid option, and there is also a high potential to find the same content or a similar content from passionate people for free on YouTube, on Twitch, on other platforms, because just you have people like me to just share shit for free. Then that's it. So I don't think that's true, actually. I mean, it depends where you are. It is. It is true. But it depends on your company. It depends on the boss. Like, if I am your boss, which is not the case, but if I had a company and I am the boss of the company and you come to me with your degree, it means nothing to me. It means that you had the ability to like recite, whatever, and tell the thing that you've learned in the text, in the test. So if at some point there was a question, what is 2 plus 2? And the day before, the thing was saying 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, and you write 4, I'm like, cool, you have the ability to um, like store some information, give me back that same information. But then if I say why is 2 plus 2 4, you're like, I don't fucking know. I can't think for myself because I just know the answer, but I don't know the process. And so the degree itself is just like giving you data and entries. Um, but I don't know. For me, it's just like degrees are not worth. It depends. Once again, it depends on your boss. If your boss is me, then your degree have no value. If your boss is someone that values degrees, then yeah, 100% makes sense. But also, if you went through the entirety of a school semester, not semester, but like school courses, curriculum thingy, it also tells me that you have the ability to endure shit for a long period of time. So I, as a boss, will ensure that you endure shit for a long period of time before I give you a carrot and say, oh, here is a 5% raise because you did good this month or this year or this whatever. Because I know that you've done that for 6 years in school. Whereas if it's someone that jumped and learned on their own, I feel like it's a bit more rewarding. I mean, to me, the autodidact and like self-taught people, um, is like I personally feel that it is better on the personal growth of a person because they need to figure out things on their own, which is some sort of a fake struggle. It depends who you find that teaches you the things. But in school, you will learn something a very specific way, and that is the way that you are supposed to do it in school. Though it is most of the time not how you're supposed to do it in the work. So when I was in engineering and we were building things in school, I learned things a certain way. And then when I went into my first engineering company, the entirety of the employees told me, oh, you learned that, right? Yeah, yeah, forget about it. Here we have a different machine. It works this way. So, yeah. Hmm. I mean, for me, most of the self-learner that I've met have been better than school learners. I don't know. Like, once again, my knowledge is not coming from school ever. None of the knowledge that I have about design, none of the knowledge that I have about arts, about structure, architecture, physics, all of that is coming from school. It is 90% of the time coming from I was interested in the thing and I learned about it and I looked for new ways to learn new data about things. So, someone who learns on their own will know how to go to the Chrome history. Someone who doesn't and learn code from school, who has never had the use of Chrome history, didn't need to. It depends what were the needs. Like that's the thing. I know that um, me my knowledge of code right now, which is supposedly what we're supposed to do today, but I'm not doing that. Um, is limited. Though my thinking of potential solution sometimes work in code. I'm not using Pornhub. I'm using something else, but I'm not using Pornhub. I'm in Japan. There are other things. That is not Twitch allowed. That is not Twitch allowed. Nonetheless, I really think that a self learner would have more in not in depth, but like more understanding of what they do when it comes to UI design, for example, compared to um, like a school learner. And also, I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But when I was in school, like in art school, and I had a digital class, like learning digital art, digital design, trying to know how to like write editorial design, like a book or shit like this. Uh, the tools that we had to use were outdated tools, and the knowledge of my professors were not at the level of knowledge that I already had in that school, and it was my first year. So, as I said in the past, I taught things to my teachers that I learned on my own that my own teachers didn't know because they had no fucking understanding of how digital work and how the internet was growing. So I had to teach them stuff. You don't learn how to think in a degree, no. I think for me it's the opposite. You learn how to like reenact the thing that you've read, which is like each degrees that I had have never made me think. Or I never had to think. Maybe you've been in good schools, yes. But yeah, like I don't know. For me, it's just like everything that we had to do was okay. So we've learned how to do some page layout. Your test for next week is going to be to design a page for a magazine, and that was the goal, which was just okay. So you've learned how to do that. Do the same thing, but a tad bit different. So it's not like a copy paste. And I know that you understood how the thing worked, and you get. When I was in mechanic, it was the same thing. It was like, okay, so you have made this piece in the past. It looks like this. It's working. Though for your exercise is going to be a piece that is similar, but not identical. So let's say like I don't know, I have made this in the past, which is a bottle cap, and the piece that I need to do in my test is a pill bottle, right? So it has a cap, but it has another thing underneath. And that's most of the tests that's how things have been, at least for my schools. So for me, that's why I don't like schools as a general term. It always has been just meh. It doesn't give you any information of how to think, of how to come up with a solution. It just gives you how to come up, or not even how to come up. It just gives you, this is the solution when you encounter that problem. This is the solution when you encounter that problem. This is the solution when you encounter this problem. And it never tells you if you encounter problem 600 something that you have never seen before. You're like, okay, I'm fucked because I have never thought about that problem that could potentially exist. Um, this is, I mean, this is the representation of schools that I have. So maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am, as I said. But so far, I've been in 5 different schools. Um, 3 of them being reputable, high-level schools in France, and all of them have been the same. And I'm like, ugh. So maybe it's just French schools, which would make sense. But for me, the schools are just ensuring that you know how to solve a problem when problem A appear, and you will be formatted to find and have the solution for problem A. And when problem J appear, you're like, I don't fucking know. And you need to ask your manager who didn't go to the school and just have been working for a long time. Um, and yeah, knows how to fix that. Yeah. I mean, for you, you are in. Yeah, yeah, no, I know. Don't be a communist country. You took the red flag for a second. Our country, yes. Uh, but it, as you said, it depends on the country, depends on the schools, it depends on the teachers that you have. GK, I agree. We have the white flags most of the time. I mean, you can see that. Uh, I don't know. For me and for most of the people that I know, their activities in schools have always been like, if you think about schools in America, or at least the representation of schools in America, it's really surface level, uh, like multiple choice questions type test. And at the end of the day, if you get like a 60%, you pass. So I don't know. Um, I don't know. It came with BTTV. It was, I mean, or with 7TV. It was like this one. So I don't know if that's the one that you wanted to have, but it's there. Most of the time, I don't see it anyways. I just, eh, even in chat, it just doesn't work. So I don't know, Lepsy. I don't know if I trust. Eh, let's say that I know I don't trust French schools and schools in general, but maybe it works for you, and it's better to for you to use a school system. Yeah, yeah, it depends. Nonetheless, doesn't change anything in the fact that for me, I think you would be better with a course and a YouTube channel rather than uh, other things. God damn it. God damn. Yeah, so you are someone who is in need of the structure that school is giving, which I think I have like a video somewhere on YouTube that talks about that specifically, saying that if you do need the structure, use the structure. I personally don't need the structure, and I'm on the opposite spectrum, which is like I would rather not have a structure at all, and and it's much better for me. Like if the structure is the one that I have defined, then I'm good. But most of the time, yeah, I don't. Doesn't work. School doesn't work. Structure don't work. God damn! What do you? Sorry, I just saw that I made a mistake in the icon. One of them was the chevron one, and I think it looks cleaner. Details. The thing with the environment for me has been most of the time the environment is not up to my speed. Like the score is set to accommodate for the slowest student, and not saying like the most intelligent student, right? It's just like the person that understands things the slowest. And so it's just like, for me, it's a waste of time. And it has always been, schools have always been a waste of my time. As in, I think I said that in the past. In one of my ex's mom used to be a math teacher, and when I was with that girl, I had fun with her mom speaking about math problem of things that were absolutely not in my school curriculum's thing. It was like 2 to 3 years ahead, if not more, just because the thinking was interesting, not because I uh, was more intelligent or anything. It was just like the thing that I was learning at that time in school was just like not fun and extremely slow. And so we discussed and went into problems solving 3D interaction things because my brain works in 3D, so it's easy. And it was fun to learn that, but I still failed my regular classes because it wasn't interesting for me. And the structure that they gave me was so slow to accommodate for the rest of the students that it's just I couldn't succeed there. So yeah. Yeah, Duke, that makes sense. But is it, I mean, I once again, ADHD, not a mental problem. It's a personal superpower when you use it in the right way, and most of the things are not set to help you use your powers in the right way. So obviously you're gonna fail. It's the environment that doesn't help you to. Um, no, ADHD is not a problem at all. ADHD is giving you the ability to focus on things that gives you dopamine specifically, or that has some interest for you. And it's just if your teachers or if your environment or yourself have the ability to like understand what you need to get started, then you don't have the how is it called? Um, God damn it! There, it has a specific name. When you can't do something, when you something paralysis. Like you have a call at 4 p.m., but it's 8 a.m. and you can't do shit because you have a call. That type of situation. I forgot how it's called. Whatever. Um, so, anyways, the thing that I was saying is if you have the understanding that the way that your brain is wired is not exactly how the score is supposed to, or how the score is set to ensure that your brain wiring works in the environment that they have, then it's not your fault. It's the fault of the school itself to that haven't didn't prepare for your brain wiring, and they can't like ensure that they have and accommodate for everyone. But you as in your parents, whatever, could have looked for establishments that have that ability. Though, once again, these establishments are also not free most of the time. So I do understand that it can be complicated. And then the thing that happens, that if you then get medicine for ADHD, which I feel like it's a weird thing, but whatever, um, you're just suppressing some of the ways that your brain is working. It's not good. So yeah. Yeah. The thing for the math sessions, teachers, all that, for me is my brain has the ability to solve a problem, though how I don't fucking know. Like I saw some sort of equation things when I was in school, and I was like, yeah, that's the result, that's the number that we are looking for. However, how I found it, I have no clue, but it's the right answer. Eh. My teachers were not really happy with that because they said, yeah, but that means that you cheated, you copied the other student. And I was like, no, just that's how my brain works. I know the answer, though how it works, no clue. Yeah, which is also one of the reasons why I hate case studies in design, because it's like it implies that I need to show the process, and showing the process specifically for these is just like when I was building something in the UI, it's just Didn't really work. This will be light mode, dark mode thingy. It's just like for now. I need to ensure things. It would be. It's just like this is supposed to be this. Same thing here. Like it's not viable for the current theme. Whatever. I think game is rigged today. Currently we have that. This is just dark mode activated, light mode activated, maybe. I don't know. I think it's gonna work on this one, but not on the other one. Yeah, that. Which, I mean, some of the reflection thinking that I was doing last time was that, because having a toggle on the end makes more sense. But also, you know, maybe. GK, say that again in a way that I can understand it. I'm doing my best. Why do you account for the spacing on the lowest component rather than on the parent container? Because the whole thing, I think, is composed of so much shit. Like we have a lot of sub-level elements that are hidden at the moment. So that may be why or what you're asking, but I'm also not sure. Like technically these, I think that's what you're saying. Instead of having like 10, 8, you want me to be at like 0, 0, and then having the parent define that. That's what you're saying, I think. Which I agree-ish. In some cases, we would have to use some specifics. That makes sense. I doubt it. Yeah, I think I mean, it's also the build. That element here, that's its composition. And so in order to have the entirety of the things working, if, when I have like, I don't have the icons, but I still need to have the space in between my checkbox and my thing, I need to have like a spacer, as you can see right there, in between your things, to ensure that there is like a certain amount of, well, spacing in between elements, but that it still works when, let's say, we don't have a checkbox, um, and we don't have an icon. Therefore, that avatar is going to be on the far left. And same thing here. Everything is at like 0% spacing in between to accommodate for that. Because if I don't do that, then specifically for the label thing, which is enclosed into an auto layout frame as well, to have like some margin padding around it, which is fucking annoying. Yeah, that's. So changing the spacing itself doesn't exist or shouldn't exist. And my elements right now, technically, the avatar spaces should, these two things are currently at 2 in width, and they should use a number variable for their width, and then I can use that to just change that variable on the fly. That should be easier. But right here, for example, because I'm using um, a frame with padding, I can't have the same thing. It's annoying. I hate it. And all of that is to avoid having all of the states and all of the options. Because when you go into my inputs, that's the input fields. That's the values that I have. That's the options. And that's a lot. Denny, hi. So, yeah, to avoid that, the select is just limited. And so then, same thing, because my menu option is a very specific thing, and then I'm using that specific list item with a specific amount of options in my menu, in my popover, in all of that. These are like just annoying, and I need to take everything into consideration beforehand, which is good and bad, but also because the MOM UI kit is meant to be modified-ish. That helps. But I do agree that here, I should have some spacing. Duke, you should do something or say something about security in the workplace. And you could, should, may have the ability to just enforce the fact that that could come from someone else that had access to that person account, and then try to get email and password from you. So do that. Bitch, what the fuck? Why? Why? Hmm. We have that above my head now. I don't think you've seen that, Lenny? Oh, and that? Oh, also, Stony, I have added the icon for devices. I also have added the icon for um, uh, check messages, like markers read, all of that. You asked for other icons, like movies, categories, things, but just yeah, yeah. The next font is Geist. Is it? The current next font is Geist, but uh, if I have a client, god damn it, this one doesn't work. If I have a client that pays, I I would use Mark just because Mark is great and Mark is really, really, really versatile. But that's 1K. 1K for the font. Why Geist? Because it's basically Inter with a bit more flair. Like it works the same as Enter, and it also has been made for displays and apps, so it has like a lot of behavior that makes sense. I kind of want to have a full video on choosing a font for your project, the thing that I need to do at some point, but I am currently lazy. Um, but it's a pretty good font, guys. It's pretty good. Not there, Denny. I'm still in the same place. Still in Japan for now. I will have to go back to France soon-ish, maybe. I mean, I have my flight to come back, but then I've been applying to so many jobs, and I have a lot of application for Japan that are in the work right now. So we never know. Uh, Initially, I have a full thing that no one knows. Small hints. Yeah, no, I did the I have a full icon course for explaining how things work, what you can have, what you should do, and all that. But there is something that is bothering me so far, and yeah, I don't know. eh, eh. What's stopping me? The writing. The writing is bad. It's also like I'm trying to get the thing in a video format that makes sense. Um, because I want to create, if I ever create a course, which this one seems to be or has started, it's been done technically since January ish. Um, and if I have a course, I want to have a paper format, like an ebook PDF format that you can have that is paired with YouTube videos ish things that you can follow through if needed, and potentially some sort of a step-by-step actions, because right now this is not necessarily a course. It is more, or so far, as the content that is in this course is more of information about how to create icons and what they are, rather than how to create icons properly. Like it's more of an informational guide than a course. Like there is no step-by-step follow along, all of that. So I kind of want to add that into the entire thing, but also uh yeah, yeah. I don't know, it pisses me off. Denny, you missed the entire beginning of the stream when I absolutely dunked on the new type fireball update, which I think is shit. Again, still. Anything that Figma is creating and releasing has a year to mature, and it needs to be like not existing. So yeah, I don't know. I hate it. It just misses so much. So yeah, Nishit, all that to say, there is an icon creation course thingy that I have, and I kind of um I want to record the videos, but also like it's a lot of videos to be recorded. Um, but yeah, yeah, mm, yeah. Feels high. Good morning. Midday morning. How are you? Yeah, I mean for beginners, but that's the same thing. It's information that I I don't know if I need to price it. I don't think I mean, you rephrase that. I know I need to price it, make it paid content things, but I don't like it. So, um, yeah. But then if I do that, if I do that, then I'm getting the for fuck's sake, who broke the thing? Who? Who? Who's in the middle? Who with an S? That's stream element. God damn it. Um, even if I did like the first chapter is free, the first chapter is just what is an icon? What does it represent, or what should it represent? How it should be used, and all of that, which is to me basic data, basic information that you should know. But also, yeah, I do understand that newcomers don't. So I get it. I get it. I don't know. One day, maybe. How do you want to make a demo trailer of the dictionary? Because it's basically how it is, or how I see it. So it's like there is information in that book. That's about it. There is no step by step. There is no thing that I have defined just yet. Yeah. I could say that. But as I said, the entirety of the Notion page has been. I think I stopped editing it end of January, and so since then, I haven't had the time to work on that. I tried, but also kind of not. And yeah. Complicated. I don't know. Yeah, but I have way more things to edit right now. Like all of the YouTube shorts, videos, things that I'm posting every day, that takes a lot of time as well. Even though it doesn't seem like it does, it does. I have a small backlog of stuff right here, right? Everything in my shorts. All of these things are shorts that I haven't posted just yet.
Hugo
So
K. Bernardo just resubscribed for 18 months. Aloha Sensei.
Hugo, hi. Good morning, good day, good midday. How are you? How is everything? So all of these things, right, are taking a lot of time, also taking a lot of space on my fucking Mac. I need to clear that up. A new AO emoji? What happened? Anyways, all that takes time. And for me, for the level of annoyance that I have design related stuff, I kind of want, if I want to create a course, I kind of want the course to be good. And yeah, So far, I don't think that what I have is good. It's fine, but that's about it. It's just fine. Uh, so, Sony, you said this thing is gonna be saying dark mode as a default behavior. Therefore, I think I'm gonna use the regular dark mode thing. Yeah. You want me to do that? Yeah. I don't see the use case when it's as like weird as this. Like if it's 10 0 10 0, it means that it's like 0 10. And if I just want to change 10 to 6, for example, I just click here, do that. It works the same. So yeah, yeah, yes, yeah, nah, you know. Nah. Nothing that Figma has created has gotten me excited for the past 2.5 years. I think the only thing that they have announced that I haven't talked about that gets me excited-ish is this. Code Connect seems to be a pretty interesting thing. I do not know exactly how it works and if it works well, but it seems like you have the ability to get a React-ish JSX component from the Figma file linked to the code base, implying that what Interplay was trying to do is now available in there. So I kind of do appreciate that, but I don't know if it's gonna be a disappointment like the rest of the new features of Figma. No. I mean, everyone pays for dev mode as long as you have access to a non-free tier and or an education thing. But eh, eh. Nah. So yeah, this one is the only thing that they have announced yesterday that seems interesting and like good enough for the creation of future dev designer communication things. But yeah, I don't know. you don't you don't enter the stream and do that. Specifically, you don't give a link with a space followed by another link that is different. And that's not how it works. So, you know, all that. So yeah, nonetheless, this thing seems interesting. Some people have said that they have been using it in beta for a while, and it seems interesting. But it's going back to the logic in prototyping with Viable. I'm like, eh, at this point, what's the point? Like, if you want to create the entirety of the thinking process inside of your Figma prototype, go for it, but it's a waste of your time. It is. And then Code Connect, um, I think it's out already, yes. I think. God damn it. I think yeah, I think. In beta. So it's probably in the beta version of Figma, which, uh, um, but also it might become only available in organization team plan, which is the most expensive shit, which I hate with all of my heart. It just makes no sense to me. Um, yeah, I mean, once again, I understand that releasing features in beta is a good idea to get feedback quickly. But to me, you can't release a feature in beta that doesn't contain 90% of the demands that the user have made for the past months or 6 months or for the past year. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. Apparently it's live in a way. So maybe it works. And that is really cool though. As said, this is what interplay was supposed to be. So having the ability to sync the code between the devs and the designers, specifically if you are then moving into something called design engineering and you have your designer that has the ability to do like the components themselves, and they can link the code together and then ensure that the thing is good. I mean, I have so much things going in my brain for that or these features, which is we are currently building a very specific breed of designer that will have the ability to be mostly design engineer and have the ability to build visual things through codes. They will have the visual knowledge of how things are supposed to look and the code knowledge to build said things properly. And to me, it feels like as soon as that happens, I will not have any use for Figma anymore. And I don't think that Figma is taking that into consideration. Like if I have the knowledge and the skills to build a component directly in code and have it done good, what's the point? Like it's the same thing that we have done for that. I've done the prototype in Figma to get the transition right, but technically I didn't. Like that happened afterward. I built that first. So I don't know. It feels like a weird move on their side. Unless they are moving into becoming an IDE first type of thing. Or having an IDE inside of Figma, which then becomes interesting, but I don't think that's the goal. But maybe. Apparently, that's where they're going with that, where you can generate component things through Figma. So maybe, but automation testing, yeah, I know that that's something. I mean, what would you want to test when it comes to design-related things? Would it be mainly accessibility things? Would it be feasibility? Would it be I I'm unsure. Right there. Like let's say I don't think I have a prototype here. Like right now I have these and I have my flows that have been defined. So if all of the things that have been defined work, then 100% of my flows are good. I think I'm missing an information on what you're saying. In between the two, because right now I can like launch the thing, click on all the clickable elements and be fine with it. Like, okay, cool, we have the thing, cool, I can click here, I can do that, does its thing, good. Can select content, whatever, I'm done, cool, can record something, and it's kind of fine, cool. I don't know. I feel like if I just look at the flows, it works. Yeah, but I don't see the link. Like automated testing on the dev side, it's kind of the same thing, no? As in, you need to define your starting point and your ending points and all your branches of clicks, and then you need to go through everything. And so what you're saying is just you want a script that goes through everything for you. But in order to define the script, you need to go through everything once to know all of the things, and then you need to code that. So I feel like it's kind of the same. I don't know. So basically, what you're saying is, as soon as the designer have created the prototype, the flow behavior is then linked or exported as a script to have link between your buttons and your next page. If that works, that could be nice. Yes, I do agree with that. I do have a doubt. Figma's ability to do that for reasons, you know, usual things. Stony, I have a question again. Why? That's the goal. I think for me, Denny, and I think that's the goal. Eh, Why did you again move from this to this? Why? Like, why did you recreate the app again in another language? I think that's what happened, right? Why? That's my question. I don't know what that means. While ads are playing, I'm gonna pee.
Coderin just resubscribed for 6 months. Wow.
Godwin, right on time. Thanks a lot for the resub, I appreciate it. Welcome back. How are you? I do, Sturdy. I do appreciate that you follow the design. That's yes, that makes sense. Though,
King underscore Ultron 99 just resubscribed for 5 months. 5 months, let's go.
what happened today? What's happening today? Is it the day that everyone is resubbing? Appreciate it. Ultron, hi. Welcome on in. Good morning. Good day. Good morning. Good evening. How are you? Need is a big word. Also, there is a hype train coming. No. No hype train. Cut that.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
What is that timing? What is that timing? Ah, shit. We are at 68%. Someone needs, like, I don't know, 1 bit. Go to 69%? Maybe? I don't know. I'm okay, Ultron. I'm kind of tired, as always. As me. um, you know, that's the plan, Sturdy. You need to go to 69, the next level, which you can't achieve because now you're at 68. Have a good rest of your day, Denny. Take care of your afternoon. And yeah. What do you mean the page is unacceptable for you? That because of that? Because of the sandwich? That's what you're saying? That was the initial thing, which now technically I could use Bibles. I think it's that time of the day again. Oh, we had 69%. What happened? Why is it this one at 68, but on my phone and my iPad we are at 69%? Meh. I have refreshed. Yeah, you have done it in a flat portion, I think, and it's not a gradient, which is fine. Which just means that this is supposed to be your elevation, I think 10 or minus 10 or minus 20. I think that's the thing that I had. So we can do that. That's not an issue for me at all. I would rather have a gradient, but you didn't want to have a gradient, so no gradient. And then the main difference is that button, because I just fixed it, it's normal, it's not the same. We have buttons, data, button, data. So we good on that. I should replace these two by the rating, right? Aha. Sorry, that. Appreciate it. For season 2? Yeah, I don't know. When? If? Okay, so if we do that, that is 32. If we need these at not 32, 32 seems pretty... pretty fat. I have a feeling that this is gonna need to be at 24 to work. Thank you for that. 1 second. But because of how it is, I hate it. Have a good lunch. Yeah, I really don't like the the size because Canada. Uh, right. I mean, we have both, which is a bad idea, but whatever. I need to bring back that here. Shit. Alright, let's transfer everything, ensuring that this is working. In terms of size. Yeah, it's not. This one is 360, which is already bigger than a regular screen. So I have doubts. There probably will be a need for me to figure out where these things are supposed to be placed. Because once again, if we have, I don't know, Thailand, we're gonna have some issues. Even if we go in the white version, which is the end goal, it's gonna be kind of hard. And once again, I don't know how many rating you have per movies. So, debatable. God damn. Why is that? If I have a heart attack on stream, oh, that's good content, but still not great. God damn, hurt. Only one is provided. GK, I'm sorry about that. I had some curry today as well, so I know. Nah. You want that? I thought you didn't want to have the glass effect. I thought you said glass. No. No. That implies a lot of changes, though. That's the thing that I did not really happy with, because the way that this has been built so far is not the same. I mean, the initial version was this. So you bitch. Um, I can do that if you want. I mean, not if you want, but like, we can have that. 2XL blow, all that. Yes, I am. I mean, I'm planning to not leave, but that's not gonna happen. Sadly for me. Prison and never being able to come back ever again. I'm gonna go back. So I can't come back. That's the thing. GK, I can come back as a tourist for 90 days, followed by another 90-day visa. So a total of 180 days in a tourist visa. So that's an option. Though if I'm doing that, I'm not covered by the health insurance, and because I have a medical condition that requires me to pay for some medicine that are fucking expensive, I need to be covered. Therefore, I need a visa that allows me to get the medical coverage, health insurance. So yeah, the plan is going to be to apply to as many jobs as I can from France, and then hope for the best. No. And then after that, I'm gonna just make sure that I have a better understanding of Japanese. Like I need to be able to speak and chat with hiring managers yeah, I'm gonna attempt N2 or N1 if I can. I think my, as I said, my speaking level could go to N2 really quickly. However, my reading and writing level is not gonna go as quick. So, yeah, I might have to do an entire, not school semesters, but kinda to like define how things work. But yeah, that's kind of the plan for now. God damn it. I think yes. I'm not sure. It's not really a visa list, but you have the highly skilled worker visa, highly skilled professional, um, which like yeah. It doesn't really give you a list of the jobs that they are looking for and what they are really defining as highly skilled. So it it's kind of hard. I know that I can apply for that because of the amount of experience that I have and the amount of past experience that I have. Though at this instant, as I said, like it's like I don't have enough cash in my bank account. I have enough cash in my savings, but I don't have enough cash in my bank account to apply for this visa. Not anymore. At the beginning of the year, I could, but now, not a thing. Pewds did a sightseeing visa. So it's the designated activity sightseeing things which requires that. And so PewDiePie can do that. Because 30 mil, like 200K. That's a Tuesday. Yeah. It's not even paying. You can't even pay. That's the thing that is pretty good about Japan, that you can't pay to get a visa. Like, there's no way for you to pay to get a visa, but you need to be able to prove that you will spend money and you have enough money to sustain yourself during the amount of time that you want to stay. So, yeah. So that visa specifically is a 1 year max period. And so I think like for PewDiePie is going to be like a every year going to have to renew the visa. Maybe. But yeah. So yeah, it's not really a it's not a work visa. I think you are allowed to get a part-time job, but that part-time job cannot exceed 6 months of your stay. Because it's a sightseeing visa, you are supposed to move around Japan. So that's why it's like 200K. But if you're coming with someone else, it's 60 mil, which is 500K. Yay. But yeah, it's mainly because you're supposed to move around and do things and all that. Supposed to. Yeah. So technically, if I had a successful enough design agency that make me earn enough to sustain myself and a company and all that, I could come in with 200K in saving and get the visa that I kind of want, which is a sightseeing visa, and getting paid in like dollars or euros or whatever, which makes me way more interested in Japan because obviously things make sense. Like everything is cheaper. So yeah. But that's also the thing. Like if you stay 6 months and 1 day, you are eligible for the national health insurance. Yeah, no, it's not income. It's just savings. But in order to, like, if, as I said, if I have like a business that makes 100K a year or 200K a year or 300K a year, I can have like 200K saved pretty easily. Yeah, I guess. So technically, if you have saved 200K, you can apply for that visa. And nothing's stopping you, which is kind of weird, but like nothing is stopping you from having an investment that is close to 200K, putting that on your account, apply, and then move that back to your saving account the next day after you have applied with that amount in your bank account. Like when you get your visa, you can say, well, cool, move it back. So could work, but still. It needs to be an account that you own. So if you own the business, I'm guessing yes. Eh, I mean, you need to have a business running, so that's a thing that I don't have right now. Yeah, I made like a chat GPT thinking how to save 200K. Depends how much you earn, obviously, but it would take me 4 to 6 years with a relatively good salary, which I have a bit of doubts. But also, it could take a bit less because, I mean, as you know, if you save $27, euros, whatever, per day, every day, you are saving 10K a year. So, eh. I mean, if that was the case, I have more than 200K already. Like, um, I mean, you can keep your cursor there. That's an option. But I also don't see you anymore. Um, I'm still thinking about the gradient stony. I don't know if it's good or not good. That is debatable. Mm-hmm. I see. So yeah, like the house in France is already 500K ish if I were to sell the flat today, which is not really true, but kind of true. So if I can have that against, like, my house is a certain amount of money. But no, I think they want like cash type of situation. Has savings equivalent to more than 30 mil owned by you and your spouse. Yeah. Like, I think it's really like money related things. Yeah. I mean, if if um my sister was not also landlord with me in the flat in France, um and we sold the thing, and I was like alone and I sold the thing, I could have enough to apply for a sightseeing visa, buy 2 houses, do the renovation on the 2 houses, put the 2 houses in rent while I'm renting a flat in Tokyo. And then the 2 houses from other cities in Japan could bring me an income that is greater than what I need just because euros. So, yeah, but I also don't like that method. So, yeah. Documents such as a bank book to prove that applicant's savings is more than 30 million yen, along with the record indicating the current balance as well as deposit and withdrawal for the past 6 months. So technically you need to put 30 mil in your bank account, wait 5 months, apply, and get your things in order, and then after 6 months, put it back in the market. Nah, I mean, we've talked about that, right? Like, we've seen that. I translate this. even if I just do, I think Ota in Koto is gonna be kind of easier. I wish I could just select all. Whatever. So I do that. Um, and Stody, yes, 100%. 100%. Sort by. I don't think descending is good. Lowest price. Let's see. Um. So 17 mil. This is not constructed. 24 mil, which is a small house, but still 24. This is just a site, so you can build something. Same here, 27. Like, to remind everyone, 30 mil is about 180k in euros. Yeah, roughly. It's 240 in dollars. Let's just do that. Just that. Right? Almost 200k. So let's say I'm getting the smaller one, which seem to be kind of the same thing. These are flats and not houses, so it's a bit different. But yet again, it's the same shit. I don't care. This is 100k, which is like 700, 600, 700 ish per month. If I have to. After 2 years, 3 years maybe, if I also have like a design business on the side, I can buy a third, you know, all that. I wish there was like a translation thing. Yeah, Duke, I agree with you. As I said, my bank account is just going down since I came in here, and I came in with like 50k because I saved for like 1 year with no job, and it's emptying real fast. And I saved 50k in like 3 years, so it's feasible. I think, yeah. And these are also flats that are, how can I say that? Rented as no internet, no utility, no like no gas, no electricity, nothing. So if you do like no furnitures. So if you do a furnished-ish flat, like mine, for example, you can double almost the rent, and it's rentable. Um, I mean, I am the proof that it is rentable because I am renting one of these flats. I can also go with a company like the company that I'm using to do the same thing. It's an option. So, you know, shit like that. But then when I'm looking at these things with the prices and the sizes, whatever, this is half of what I'm paying right now, and it's a bit bigger. But it doesn't have any utilities, anything. So yeah, this one is 280, so 300 bucks, and it's a detached house. So it's basically what I was looking for the building thing, and yeah, there is like these things. These are the yeah, it doesn't say, but you have the deposit, which is like 1 month of rent, and then you have the key money. Key money is the, as I said, the gift to the landlord to tell them that you appreciate them allowing them to rent their place, which is usually 1 month of rent. And I learned not so long ago that the key money is coming from after the war, when people that own or used to own houses were gifted, like as a generous gift from the people that were allowed to stay in the house, and then it perdured through the years, and now it's just ingrained in the society for most things. So yeah, it's kind of annoying. You basically need to plan for spending 3 to 4 months of rent when you enter a flat. Um, and then there is plenty of things that you don't really know. So if you have like a detached house like this is good. This is nothing to complain about. Though if you have something like that, oh sorry, this is massive. This is a full floor view, but goddamn. If you're in a building, you also have fees for the maintenance of the building. So the cleaning crew, the elevator maintenance, all of that, that you need to pay as a tenant, which in France, for example, these fees are paid by the landlord themselves, but not the tenant. That not directly, at least. So the rent prices is without of these fee. It's not exactly the HOA, but kinda, but not exactly. But yes. As in, an HOA of how I know them from the US is an annoying piece of humans that just want the neighborhood to look the same. The landlord committee in France is just like, it's fine. Um, so yeah, yeah, and for France, it's just like we don't really say it. We know that it's comprising the price of the rent, but it's not really a thing. So yeah. Yeah, like buying an apartment, a second-hand apartment. Um, God damn. Yeah, that's cheap as fuck. It's that's crazy. As said, I wish um having a house, like buying a house, being a landlord in Japan would give you a visa because, that small flat, great bathroom, all that. So yeah, I mean, it could be a thing, but yeah, like GK, that's the ID. Stoney, what was you saying about the code stuff? I don't know what you were talking about. Also, mm-hmm. Ah, select all like this. I thought you wanted me to do something with toggles in here. My bad. My mistake. Um, uh, mm, something is bothering me. I mean, many things are bothering me on that page. Um, hmm. Is that like a for each type of situation? Hmm. Hmm. Is it like the utility bill that the tenant has used during the year, Duke? I think that's what you're saying. Oh. um, Stoney, I think I had that debate last time already, so it's kind of hard to say it again, but whatever. Um, name of the show, name of the show, name of the show. There is one too many. So I feel like we could get rid of something, which the one that I'm thinking about is this one in text. But then again, if the logo of the show is not understandable. Like you get black metal, black metal band things, then I get it. But goddamn. Like it's really you going out, DK? That's what you're saying? Without saying it? Well, you saying it? I feel like they have a good appointment. And see you soon. Take care of yourself, as always. I feel like Estonia. I feel like that would be kind of better-ish. But you also, yeah. Well, if you have no logo, goddamn, goddamn, you have this thing called poster. In the poster, you probably have something. You know. What I was more about to say was more on the in the sense of this one can go the fuck out, mainly because it's not used on all of the formats. So desktop and starting of tablets is good, but then small tablets or tablets in portrait, you don't have the space, so you need to get it out. And same thing on mobile, you don't have the space, you need to get it out. So you are limited to text only, which I think yeah, eh, whatever. But yeah, there is something bothering me that's bothering me, that is bothering me here, and I'm trying to understand what it is. I mean, there is, as I said, there is many things that just piss me off. um, yeah, I mean, the residency is the first thing, yes. What do you call the overview? It is already in the same place that you have it here on both things. So I don't know what you're saying. I don't know where you want me to place it. If you said the bottom, like there, nah, not an option. Eh, I don't think I agree with you on this one. I think what I kind of feel like that data could be here because that, even though useful, right? Just gonna hide it. Why? 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 I know why. Bitch, what the fuck? That makes no sense. That I feel like title action makes more sense. And then that under here kind of makes more sense only if you have them organized in a manner that has most of the content in one line, because you have the information, and then the ends at 2106 is gonna be defined or depending on the starting. So if I'm playing, right? If I start, if I'm hovering this, it can says, oh, if you start now, it will end at 2106. And so that could be like a hover thingy that would have, I don't know, let's do blank background, whatever for now. Some shit like this, potentially. Makes more sense. And then you're saying that you want this to have 5-star for some reason. Yeah, you like it, but it's shit, so it have 5-star and a, god damn it, and a ranking, or does it have not? That's easier to scan for me, but whatever. It is less cluttered than it was before, but yeah, whatever. God damn it. I don't know what happened here. Dang. That is kind of crazy, Figma. Fruitus, hi. Welcome on in, welcome back. How have you been? I cannot help you with your JSON animation. No, I don't have the skills to do that. I have no knowledge of Lottie. I can't really help. No, I recommend it to you because I know about it, or I know of it, but it's not nothing that I know. I think in the transition settings in the animation, you should have the ability to define the length. Or you can also have, if it's a timeline based thing, you could have the changing the length of the timeline overall. That could work. Yeah, Stony, I highly think that this is better than this. Really do think that that's a better option. Get one less data that is not really useful for you, and then you get the content. It didn't change drastically right now. It's just like you have a harvest state with a tooltip that you didn't have before. Good job. I really don't like how it is here. Really don't. I like what you've done here for obvious reasons, but that I really don't like it. There is no item moved out of the top bar. Like, it's the same shit. It's just like I moved this one into a tooltip. That's it. The other option is not viable because you would have to get that data underneath the poster in mobile. That's why I reverted. Like it's gonna be here. If I do the thing that I've done, these data is gonna be here, which is not making sense in the way that you are reading things. So yeah. There is no drastic changes. It's just like you think there is drastic changes, but that's not the case. Anyways, so the secondary question that I have now is like, how do I display this data when I'm not on a desktop? Because on desktop you have a tooltip that makes sense. It's on hover. On tablet and mobile, you kind of need to display that information at some point. And for some reason, it's not working. You really want to have the fucking 5 stars? God damn, this looks like shit though. I will. I will. Netflix is matching based on what I've watched and liked in the past. Whatever. Not the greatest. No rating. I do like the Disney overall UI better. Plex, 5 stars. Cool, that makes sense because you are based on that. Really? Really? Stars as well, Amazon Prime. It's the first time I'm seeing this, though. I think it's because of the Japanese the iPad app. Is it that better? TV Disney? I don't know. Sorry, what? You may need a spot for what? Reduce tags and selector for audio sub. These? I don't know. I don't have a TV, Debshi, so I have no clue. I can go back to Plex, yes. Lol. That. Please, anyone that is building apps, I know it's a conditional thing, but it's like, okay, you have 3 lines or a certain amount of characters, and then you hyphenate, you truncate your text, and you have a more button to expand it. Cool. Though what I want to have is like a secondary if that says if the truncated text is less than, I don't know, 3 lines, you just displayed a fucking thing. This button has no business existing at all. It should just always be open, because I'm hiding what, 6 words? God damn. Not much. How to code that? It's a character count. Like you will have a character count or a line count for the truncation. So it's technically going to be something like an if, like if lines is above 3, then truncate, else else do nothing, which is what happened here. Like we just have 2 lines of text, so it doesn't truncate. That makes sense. And then the secondary option is an if. So if the amount of lines is like superior to your max lines, which is 3, but second if the truncated text is less than 3 more lines, then you display. Yeah, something like that. And Stony, I do know what you're talking about, I think. Which is that, right? That's that thingy. That's what you were talking about with the languages and shit, right? I think on the previous version of Plex, there was that as well on the previous page. Like you had the ability to change that. I do remember it, so yeah. A season view, yeah, if you have multiple seasons, but like that's the same shit. Like I that is the same if that I was talking about, right? If the amount of seasons is less than 2, which is 1, why do you not expand the fucking thing? Because the entirety of the thing that you have is already there. It's just like you just have 22 episodes. So why not just display the 22 episodes? Because the same cast is the same thing. You have access to all the content. Like this is one more click for no fucking reason. I think it works if I'm getting like something that has Farscape might have 5 seasons, right? So that makes sense. Right, cool. Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, Season 4. They say I have 5 seasons, but whatever. Technically speaking, it's the same as this, right? What I did here was just have the episodes. If you want to have the seasons, do that. But once again, the Sandman will only have 1 season. Therefore, no need for that. And the UI UX things, because of the design that they had, not the great one, not the good one. Sorry, the UI that I decided to go for was this one. I know that Loki has more than 1 season, right? And you have that, you have more seasons, You click on the season that you want to have, but you already have the episodes displayed because that's what you want. You want to arrive and see and click on the episode that you want to watch instant. That's the goal. Like these were not working. Except that. Yeah, also that carousel broke. Like we did a carousel thing. Um I know. Yeah. I'm thinking. Yeah. There is two things here. It's like for a TV show like Loki,
PSJ Jonathan just resubscribed for 11 months.
it is.
AAOA yes.
It is the months. Jonathan, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How is your day going? So a show like Loki, which has 6 to 8 episodes per season, a carousel works. A show like The Sandman that has, I think, 10, 12 episodes, whatever, it works. A show like One Piece, it's not gonna work. So I am good. Enjoy your meeting. Ah, for fuck's sake. I think we should make a grid. You tell me, Stoney. You tell me what you think, how you think about it, if you think about it, if you have any point of view. Oh, you can enjoy a meeting. You know that. So let's say I'm doing that.
Fruiticita just resubscribed for 22 months.
22. Goddamn. Thanks for the resub, Fruitis. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, no, I know. But like if you have a big that's what I'm saying. If you have a big season thing, like a lot of episodes. Let me see if I have that. Who would could Conan? Yeah. That doesn't bother me that much. to just scroll through, right? And just be here and be like, okay, cool. I'm going into season 23. So I'm looking for the 23rd season, and the episode is around here. That makes sense to me. So I have every subs. I'm sub to everything. Always. I'm gonna do something weird that I'm not supposed to do, but whatever. I don't understand what you're saying, Stony, about Disney works. I don't think Disney works. I think it's 14. I don't know. I pay yearly, so. Also, I think I paid for French, so it's like more expensive. For me, Stony, from one of the from the thing that I've done in the beginning, right? That's a lot of cheeseburger. I would love to have that. Ah, goddamn, this is not. It is. Yeah. There is two really important things, Stony. For any shows that have more than 12 episodes, a carousel is not a good thing. Not at all. Because having the ability to scroll through and find the episode that you are watching or looking for through a carousel is not practical. So that is why I'm recommending this. I know that Netflix is doing a thing a teeny tiny bit differently, where let me go Bleach, because I know how Bleach works. Bleach has this. So we have that massive list, and then we have this thing, which then expand and give me all the episodes. So, right? That makes sense. And then I can change the season, the whatever, everything. But it's a limitation on the amount of episode displayed. So that would mean that technically, let's say we have a TV shows like 15 episodes, like that. Maybe we cut after the first 8, or we cut after the first 12, and then the rest is like an expand option. If that works for you, that can work for me. It's not the best, but it could. Yeah. One row in expansion is gonna be kind of not hard, but like, ugh. um, mm. That means that for the episodes, yes, I want to replace the carousel for something that expand. However, for the actors, for the posters, for the backgrounds, backdrops, all of that, I don't really give a shit because it's not a quick access thing. It's gonna be more for an intentional research. Like, oh, I know that that person has played in that TV show. Let me just take a look. And that I think would be easier, but debatable. 1 second. Um, mm, eh, eh. I personally think that this would be better for that page specifically, but I mean, personal opinion, expanding, not a great idea. You do want to not have the content display, so whatever. But for me, expanding, not a good idea at all. Um, it would be better to have the entire thing just. You have 30 episodes? Here they are. And that way you don't have a layout shift or something. 1 second. Interesting. Proceed. We're not talking about that. Don't bounce around. We are not in there yet. So, like, select a season if you have more than one, which technically would mean that you would have this thing in a field thing that would be like season 1 or season whatever in where you are. Thank you. One of the things that I do like about the this one is that it takes the season name when the season has a name. I do like that, but you know. So where you stand with the layout shift? Do you want to not have layout shift, which I think is better? Do you not care and will have layout shift? Or once again, do what Netflix is doing, which is a list which takes even more space in height. Where you want to go? Meh. Eh. Maybe.
The Gothic storyteller is now following.
Storyteller, hi. Welcome on in. How come you here now? Did Cat send you? Hmm. Oh no, don't worry about it. I have no concentration anyways. So, you good. Uh, oh, that is new. That is good. Finally, Figma doing things that make sense. I don't know, Stony, I don't know. I don't know. Fair point. Mm. Don't worry about it. That is coming back soon. Kinda. Uh, You have been found. Indeed. Yes. 210, 420. Yes. I guess that's gonna be it. ChatGPT the thing. Can't. That is the way. That is the way. Is that 210? That's 224. What the fuck? How? The 300. Welcome back, Jonathan. Ah! Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, cat, please do that. How was the meeting, Jonathan? Good. Did you say no? Or did you say yes? Ah, for fuck's sake. Mm-hmm. Can I do grid template rows of 1.5? What do you mean? Oh, and Jonathan, something that could be interesting for you. I don't know. I don't know if you care. One of the company that I'm in the process with, even though I had like a fat ass interview yesterday, and I don't think it went well. Anywho, they are a French company and they have acquired a Brazilian company to duplicate what they've done in France, in Brazil. So, maybe I will work with some Brazilians. I can't say now. Can't say now. Stony, yes, 1.5 is valid. It is also a bit of a mess, but you can do 1.5, yes. For what type of activities can? Yeah, that's the thing. We think that would work. Finance? Which is broad. Finance and employees benefits. I think, yeah. We never know. We never know. So, like, in companies' benefits and ensuring that the employees have good benefits and can achieve the thing they want to do, all that, which is pretty useful in France sometimes. Um, but yeah, Estonia would do that. Yeah, so it's a company that apparently existed before, but wasn't really work. I don't really understand why that French company decided to acquire that Brazilian company. That's a thing that I still don't understand fully, but that's fine. Um, and so it's just like right now, what they're doing is transferring the current app design language that we have in France into the Brazilian one, and then later on, like in like a year or two, maybe a year, they will start transferring the features and the behaviors and all of the thing that makes the app successful in France, if that's a thing. But eh. What's the name of your company, if you can say? That reverse. I really don't know. I really don't know if I want to do that. Mm-hmm. Could be the opposite though. Yeah, Stony, I don't know. Mm-hmm. It's not that. I would rather have the drop down. Stony. But if you want season views, goddamn. Season views is bad. Bad to me. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. Anyways. I don't know what that game is. Do you like the expanded version? So the expendable version or the expand version? God damn it. For fuck's sake. Alright, cool. You know where we're going. It's Tuesday, it's Thursday. All that. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. If I hit the button now, we should end the stream at exactly 4:20. It should be fine. Cool. Alright, we're raiding White Panther. It's been a while. All that. As always, thanks a lot for being here. If you enjoyed the stream, please click the follow button. That would be highly appreciated. If you want to give me money, you can sub to the channel for reasons. If not,
Mom!
you can buy a UI kit. Much better. You get something. And yeah, as always, I will put the VODs on YouTube for some reason when I have time. And you can ask question on Discord if you have a question when I'm not live, which means that tomorrow I shall be live if all goes well. We never know. I had a bit of a heart pain earlier, so maybe I might be dead soon. We never know. And yeah, you can stalk me on social to know if I'm died. Again, anyways, enjoy the rest of your day. As always, take care of yourself. Be kind to each other. Eat something, drink something. And let's rate White Panther. I hope she's not ending soon. But yeah. Good job, Stoney. Alright, bye.